Hello, 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 and welcome back again to Great Ace Attorney 2, where we'll go into the second day of trial for the third episode right now. Isn't that crazy? It sure is. Something seems wrong with my model, I don't know. It'll be fine, probably. I feel like I'm closer than usual, is this? What is happening? Why is it nodding and shit like that? Well, good morning to you, Miss Naruto. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? He's the Professor, it's so obvious now. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Hey, buddy. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but I... My dear fellows, I must interject. What's up, Holmes? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Holmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction, hmm? Sorry, I don't follow. Because he got here in time, he didn't oversleep. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Yeah, I'm with him, 100%. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. That must have been a joy. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Totally. Sorry to get in. That's it. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. Yay? What paperwork? Secret. Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. What? That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Thanks. Condemned prisoner. Harrimaner. Redacted for confidentiality. Well, that's great. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight the 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Scythe is the current coroner, right? Surely just a coincidence that they have the same first name. I mean, it should be a coincidence, first names, you know, but still. Kind of weird. You know, in a work of fiction that does stand out more than it usually might. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. A slowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can, in the shadow of the great Detective Holmes, of course. Somebody's dejected. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in here today, will he not? Will he? Treba? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. It was easy, with the help of the greatest inspector in the yard. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Well, we have heard that somebody who may or may not be Kazuma is going to be there today. Next to Zeke's. There he is. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. I did, of course, remember about this, you know. But I never mentioned anything about it, of course, because I didn't want to spoil anything. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Hey. Handy. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself. The way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. The way he swings that sword. But he's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment. Maybe if we give him karma, maybe then his soul will return. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the defendant of the court made yesterday. Of the demands of the court made yesterday. Yeah. I understand that you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of the day on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. And whom can you thank for finding the guy? Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? We actually didn't have one of those thingamajigs last time, didn't we? You know, when they all call for guilty and we gotta convince them. That didn't happen. Wow, how nice. I think. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. It sure wasn't. It was much worse. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. Really unknown? Didn't he basically admit to doing that? It was what? An explosion. This is an outrage. Drebber pretty much said that he did it, didn't he? I mean, I guess he was vague enough where he can still feign ignorance, but come on. He was like, oh yeah, you stopped one explosive. And then the thing exploded? Come on. Come on. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the... Oh yeah, I think I know why the camera's being so weird. I had to move it to do a thing. And now it's in a different position. Maybe if I do this a little bit, maybe that'll be better. Anyway. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion, where the hole underneath the thing is clear to see. It's in color. It shows that what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Is that Enoch Drebber? The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Yippee. So yeah, the body, the person fell down here, and then other stuff happened. Case closed. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded by the machine to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before the thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this would become a very different trial. Eh? What do you mean very different? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Will it, though? Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. Don't we have the remains of the plans in Drebber's office, or did we not take those with us? Because they were, like, slightly burned. Surely they'll come up during the trial. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. How? For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Nuh-uh. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the evidence that just transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Esmond died as the result of the accident that caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Esmond. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Yeah. Fuck him up. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution called the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Oh no. He's gonna lie. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before?
Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
You're gonna claim you're not the assistant? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
Boop. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. Of course it's gonna pretend.
What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide?
This is, by the way, one of those words that I think is stupidly pronounced in English. It should be bona fide, not bona fide. Come on. Come on! Come on!
Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But... Well, then you go and prove that the fucking teleportation thing works. Because that is not feasible. Unless you can prove it. Seriously. We've procrastinated long enough, I fear. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibit.
Understood. By the way, is that like a prosthetic machine hand, or is that just like a fancy glove? Or what's the deal? I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Esmond's instruction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Maybe the build of the machine was flawed, huh, motherfucker? Body double?
You know, like a waxwork. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has been moved when in reality it hasn't. That's just basic conjuring principle. Basic. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Oh, but you have, by stealing a wax model.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Esmond has no twin siblings.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. I read that as Mr. Lloyd first. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of state magic. But critically, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witnesses' workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
Was it made out to him, by the way?
Doesn't seem like it says his name.
So, you know, he could have stolen it.
Could be somebody else's. Yes, that's true. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
So you're claiming it could be either? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. This guy's full of dookie. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As soon as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Is it, though? Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Heavy blow. Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
Ayo fiber. Well, because after you beat the game for the first time, you get the option of changing some of the characters' outfits. And, you know, since this is kind of my second playthrough, I thought, why not? But you can only do that in the second game for some reason. Which this is. So yeah. Protagonist, Susato and Holmes all have different outfits on. Yeah, I beat these games in 2021 apparently, as you can see here. 2021 compared to 2025 and 2026. But I don't remember most things, so it's, you know, almost like a fresh playthrough. Kind of. In other words, the Cheesus machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
You mean to say he's stupid? Like the first Ace Attorney, you know? Yeah, those three I have, you know, are much more committed to my memory, so I'm not replaying those like that again, but you know, I might still replay them eventually. Again, for the whatever's time. But more than that, I've been watching other people play through them, which is also a joy.
He provided
constructed, okay. No trick. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
No, that's just a very British accent. It's hold it, but it's like such a thick British accent that it sounds a little weird if you're not used to British. It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
Oh, there's a photo at least. It appears that the Cheesus machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Why not? I think... I guess I'm not sure if this or the other 3DS games were first. I'm not sure. I think this was after the other Ace Attorney 3DS games. So yes? I'm not entirely sure. Body double. Well, let's press everything for now. But in like a somewhat recent announcement or something, apparently Capcom said that they wanted to focus or make more games in a couple of series, and one of the ones mentioned was Ace Attorney. So maybe there's more on the horizon. Hopefully Takumi Shu is involved. Of course, that's it. Mr. Esmond was a twin. No, we've already established that he wasn't. What are you doing, Naruto? Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Esmond has no twin siblings. Okay, but maybe he was like maybe there were more than two. So it wasn't a twin, haha. Yeah, it was good times, except he's the worst character in the game. But other than that, it's a good time, yes. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Alright, good job, Ryunosuke.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Esmond, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Esmond then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Uh-huh. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Okay, enough theatrics out of you, I think.
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. He's going to deny that he's ever seen it.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know.
But I don't. So, I'm more of a recluse than you. Boom. Got him.
According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. I mean, we were there yesterday when it was established, if you remember. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? We do, it's the stab, don't we? No? Okay, I thought it was established that it was the stab. Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. Huh. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. What if he was actually poisoned and nobody just checked for that yet? Maybe that was the actual cause of death. Wouldn't be the first time. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. But that's not the only place he could have fallen from a considerable height. Well, let's finish pressing. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. What? Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Huh. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles that it relies on? I mean, it's, it's like, I don't know, putting together a thing, like, anything really. You don't have to understand how it works if you have the instructions. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? I might understand most of it. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto. Haha. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Why are you still barking up that tree? Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Okay. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But we are unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. Maybe there's a way. We will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Leek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? I think this one might be attackable with the photo, maybe, but only if our client kind of jumps in and is like, "Yo, I don't think there was a hole underneath the thing in my blueprints." Body double, we could point out the wax model thing, but I don't know if that's proof, really. We could also point out the big old hole on the photo here, maybe. Let's just try an order. Okay, I think this one might not work, because we don't really have enough of a reason to believe that the hole wasn't part of the, the build originally. I don't like every time I look over, why is my model so leaned over? That's not accurate. I don't have that much of a hunch. Hunched over, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's try pointing out the wax business if we can. That one probably. Yeah. No? Okay. Defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept that penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again. Okay, okay. I guess no, we can't attack that. That's just what the people saw, so that's not the right moment for that. But I guess let's try this then. No? Okay. Do we have anything better to show that? I don't think that's anything. I mean, I guess here we have some of that glass that we have in evidence, but we can't really do anything with that yet. Wait. Found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. Ah, maybe that is the way we point that out. But that also seems a little like we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I guess we'll try. Nope. Alright, let's fucking reload it. We've taken too much damage. It's gotta be one of these. I think. Don't think we can attack that. I don't know how we should attack that. I think this is the one where Naruhodo made the most of a, oh, maybe here kind of remark, you know what I mean? Required a body double. But if this doesn't work and neither does this, then I don't think I have anything. Maybe we just press one of these two statements again. It's clear that you have both sides of it. Better equipped, Finished. Explode. Kingdom Come. Okay. Of course, that's it. Mr. Okay, no, that's the old thing again. Fingerprints. Oh no, nothing. Someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Right, that's the statement I meant that he made. That makes me think that that's probably the thing we should be attacking. But, you know. It could mean nothing. We pressed everything, right? So... appear above their heads. Terrible accidents. Lost cat is probably important. Why is this acting like we haven't explored it yet?
I want you to look at the lost cat, not this. Dark forces, huh? Sorry. Maybe we're supposed to point out the metal glasses again. And when it comes to, you know, oh, those built perfectly and the science was right. Because that shouldn't have worked. I'm not sure. Is there anything here that we haven't explored yet that we should have? That would give us some extra info. No. I'm not seeing anything. Nobody's gonna call out that hole. I don't really know what to do at the moment. Huh. Photograph print, stab wound. Stabbed in the chest with a sharp wound. Sharp object. I really don't know. Let's just read through all of them slowly again. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. That doesn't seem relevant or attackable, really. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. That's definitely a lie, but I don't know if we can prove that. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No, but we do have good ideas with the wax shit, but apparently we can't present that now. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Maybe we can attack that it was actually all of them, because the explosion, I don't know. Perhaps a terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Perhaps. What am I missing?
Wooden cage that was used for the demonstration. It crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. I don't think that contradicts anything. Does this show anything? Like, oh, there's the other guy. I don't think so. Dark staining, you know. The blood stain is not going to be helpful in this witness testimony. Why can't we present this at the body double thing? Come on. It makes so much sense. Maybe we're supposed to be like, the guy was actually, you know, the professor. Or something, even though he's dead. But now he's not, but now he is again. But that, I feel like, would be reaching quite far. Wait, yeah, no, here it says cause of death hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Yeah, from this it seems like he did die from the chest wound and not from the fall. After a sudden fall from considered right. Okay, well, still though. Cause of death was apparently the stab. Why are we pretending like we have never heard that? But that's not really happening right now. If it was flawed, why would the wooden birdcage have appeared in the right spot? I don't think that's gonna win us any points. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Wait, headfirst? The base? Maybe that's it? That seems kind of mediocre, but I guess it actually... No, I guess that's a contradiction. That's a real contradiction, yeah. Why does it have damage at its base if the guy fell head first and broke his neck? See, I knew it all along. I was just playing around because I wanted to listen to the song some more. We examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's what I'm saying. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched.
switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gang! We got you now.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Yeah, but that's not what anybody saw. But multiple witness reports claim that it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amidst such chaos are notoriously unreliable, and yet everybody seems to have seen the same thing. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Uh-huh. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see that what's motivating Lord Van Leeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What truth? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Dribber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him there.
Did we?
He sure likes doing that. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Oh, really? That's the easiest thing you could have... you could make me point out, but I'm gonna press. Just to make sure we don't, get bamboozled by timing again.
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Esmond on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
Or from the middle point, up on the tower, down to ground level.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. But you fool. You utter and complete fool. What, really? Come on, suck my ass. No, that's correct. Nah, that is correct. You can suck my ass. You can suck my ding-dong. I'm not gonna even accept that one. Suck my nards. Nah. Nah.
But let's press again so I don't have to,
just in case you do need to do that. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, let's save again. Maybe we present this thing instead. Does that show dimensions? No, not really. If this was like, you know, on the side here was like, oh, you know, 1 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. Then I think this would be a good thing to present. But since it doesn't, I don't think we really can or want to. How is this not like, hey, look, there's a fucking hole there. He could have fallen through that. How is that not the most obvious and clear thing to do? I don't see anything else that we can attack. Instead, no new angles. Maybe we gotta, you know, just let this pan out once more. Let's do that, I guess. Maybe something will change when we just listen to this again. Sense sure of themselves. Explosion. Okay, well, that didn't help. I genuinely think presenting this should be right. It makes so much sense. Like, actually. There's nowhere else, really? Do you see this giant hole in the thing that the victim was just above as the experiment was taking place? Do you see that on the tower that was 30 feet high? Huh? But the game says no. The game says no. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What else am I supposed to say there? Found in the folds of the clothing of the press waxwork. Another balloon. Autopsy. I guess I'll try showing this, even though I think the other photo is way better than showing that. Does this say anything about 30 feet? Not really. Well, I'd save again, even though I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything. But you know what I do? I save the game. That's my thing. Really? That's better than the fucking photo? This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and the surroundings. I really think the photo is way better. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to, or referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. From thin air, because he could like fly, he was flying around, he was also invisible, you know, he had superpowers. So he was flying around invisible, and then he tripped in the air, because when you can fly you can also trip, that just makes sense. And then he fell 30 feet and died. Oops, I accidentally clicked this instead. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Bonk. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave away, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Da-da-da. That's what I've been trying to say. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Oh yes, I do. That's the thing I was trying to point to. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Cheesus machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Every time I do, it makes me motion sick. I don't know. Good lord, the metallic grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. That means right now. Do it, Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the Cheesus machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Somebody's mad. Yeah. What's your Iggy, dude? Why do you Adi and Iggy? Stop Adiing Iggy's, please. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Jeez. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. Maybe do it fast. What? The argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. Counts like Dracula? 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Cheesus machine. Who cares? That doesn't mean anything. The switches that, that the professor hit, one of those could have activated the mechanism, or it could have been a timed thing or anything, man. You're just saying nonsense. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. Yeah. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. But it bolsters my case. Get it? The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Nuh-uh. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. We can explain, almost, on the second flaw in your assertion. Is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life, yet no reason to do so? Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government's grants or other income. Or other income. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. So there was a lot of trust between these two, it seems. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Does everything have to be about money with you, Mr. Zieks? Couldn't you have killed him for other reasons? You ever consider that, bitch? In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. You don't need to react like that every time he says any dumb little thing that doesn't matter. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. No. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit to the contract as evidence, please. Good. It's true. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high-voltage instantaneous kinetic machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. O. Asman and E. Drebber. Not really seeing anything interesting in that, but it might come in again. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Well, he might have been involved in that entire professor business, maybe, or something. Maybe Drebber's entire reputation was ruined because of the professor thing where he saw the guy rise from the grave and it was somehow Asman's fault or something. I don't know. Not yet, anyway. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Yeah. Thanks, Susato-san. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Definitely the laugh of a good guy. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I am the culprit. Yeah, there's my Iggy. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than was realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
Sure. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I think this is where the contract is going to come in again, if I'm right about my assertion. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? It's always a sign of utter confidence when I save the game. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. I guess, there are two possibilities, but I'm going to point the first one because, yeah.
Counsel?
My lord?
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
It's the victim himself.
Who is this person?
Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. Someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know.
Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim for felonious involvement?
That sounds like a miss. You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Alright, well, I thought the deal was that he's playing along. And the reason why he would play along when his life might be at risk is because of the contract, where, he's sure he wouldn't get killed because of the contract. But then he did get killed. Because Drebber doesn't care about the money that much. But I suppose that was wrong. In that case, I guess there's one other potential thing that seems the most obvious, maybe. I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, did you? There's no other explanation.
Totally. I'm surprised I only lost 1 health because they were all talking like we were going to have a
serious punishment.
No slip-ups this time, please, counsel.
Alright, well then, I guess it's the coroner. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Soto. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. I feel like that's not usually true. I feel like usually the enemy and everybody looks down on us until it's all over, and even after that. But we still get it done. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Ribber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Oh my god. What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. The same, the very same. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make a way for the forensic investigation team. Where else could the switch have occurred? When else? It can only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. I appreciate that the jurors are somewhat hands-off in this case.
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusations aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh, because somebody's dead, I get it. Nice joke, Zeeks. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. Person in quotation marks. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stand was achieved? Present evidence is what I want to do. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? They wouldn't have gotten a good look, so aha. The body double inside the second birdcage was... We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it. Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... And unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there, I didn't even know that was there. That's kind of spooky. Everybody's just getting a free look at the exhibit rather. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Oh no, he wants to have a staring contest. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. Yamato Damashi or something. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oops. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Because it was stolen by the guy. It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. It's got a male figure. So, you know, it's close enough. From 60 feet. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing is pretty coincidental, isn't it? Is that true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Stop it with your ease. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? It's pretty good, right? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. Stop appealing to the jury, that shouldn't be allowed. Not like that, anyway. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? And don't be an ass. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. No. Very good, in that case. Fucking Zeeks, you asshole. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai. Yuzai.
No.
Yuzai.
Not the corn. If she'd held on to that flame instead of sending it into the guilty thing, she could have made some popcorn. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Naruto, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. I'm so excited. Oh, starting from back there, huh?
I've known that woman for years. She's been an accomplice to anything. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Okay.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Oh, wait, I do have something for you, but I can't present evidence in this mode. Accusing someone with outright evidences is not the proper job, is it? Is he? I won't have it. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Hurdle? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, motherfuckers, I'm gonna kill all of you. But not, like, literally. Let's start by civility saving. Please. Presto. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
A lot? Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started.
And they do now?
It was rough. We had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the street. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we dreamt of back then, I tell you.
At least he's, he's a forward-thinking man. For the time. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim.
That coming across loud and clear. Okay. Don't know if we can do anything with that segment. What do you mean? But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrels responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
Maybe she's the Reaper. Maybe she is the one responsible for killing the criminals that get away, even though they're clearly guilty. Her name is Scythe. Just saying. And the guy did just survive, quote-unquote, a trial under Zeke's.
Just saying. Just saying. She might be taking the crime hunting a little too much into her own hands. Is what I'm thinking right now. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simple. Simply because that unsettling swindler has no relation with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society, such as you and myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
Huh. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe could be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. But since we still can't present anything, that'll have to wait. So yeah, what's your deal? Why are you, voting for them then? What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. What's wrong, buddy? Police guy. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Why are you calling mass murderer?
Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You wanted to be locked up, Sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you? Huh.
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the...
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
We do know her name. Stevens is the site's maiden name. Aha! So there's the connection finally. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Who's married to her? And how do I kill him?
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens? I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere but recently. Wait, who was Stevens? What? Let's check the sign. The other things then. Maybe it's just because of the other report that we saw that had, Courtney Stevens on it, but I feel like he highlighted Stevens specifically and not the entire name. Yeah, here's Courtney Stevens, of course. No, I don't see Stevens anywhere except for where we would have expected it, but maybe that's all he means.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Thanks, buddy.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even then.
I guess I'll press. She was legendary, was she?
What did you say? Ah. That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish. That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
Sure. Yeah, I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
Yeah, you would never use that word.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, legendary.
Waxwork. I mean, we could maybe point that out now, right? There's a connection between the actual case. But let's keep pressing for now. If only we could present right here. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that the spirit cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork figure being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I got evidence for you.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Work's work was inside that birdcage.
Can I produce that or not? I can.
I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation there.
You're wearing a black suit yourself. Also, my coat is actually blue right now. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork.
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smokes!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of the special glass.
From whence this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you, I feel like that should convince more than just him.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule, however. When the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Yippee.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
But you haven't changed your leaning yet. Oh well. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Thank you, science.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly? I guess we can pit that against the thing we just got, because we got evidence. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Why not? Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him on me way into town. He's proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need kernels at a time like this, please. Whenever I've summoned got to decide, the kernels always point me in the right direction, see?
Uh-huh. You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble nibble guilty bauble. Nibble nibble not guilty out. Nibble nibble guilty bauble. Nibble nibble not guilty out. Nibble 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 nobble guilty bauble. Nibble 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 not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bauble. Nibble not guilty out.
Okay, are we gonna keep doing that?
Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home?
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My time's awfully full already.
Amazing. And now it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the juror's mind. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto, I'm sure you can do this.
Okay. Right, yes.
Alright, somebody save, and start connecting the dots.
I think we can probably pit this against, what is it here? She was Courtney Stevens back then. Those two. Waxwork stole nothing with the coroner, probably this one, right? Because we have that connection. Right? Surely the waxwork of the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Stevens, coroner. Right, that should be right. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statement do you refer, Counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is a substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. It was this, right? Yeah. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
You'll find out. It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But that's what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Dr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Doesn't that strike your fancy? Don't you want to know more about this shocking relationship? Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Finally, we got one. Leo Jr. Yes, shocking relationships. Scandalous even.
Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess we can also connect these two, maybe? Not sure if that is exactly gonna help, but, you know, it's something. Something to try out, at least. Here we got evidence, and here we need evidence, so clearly that's gonna work. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. I wouldn't say that, but... Good gracious. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Impossible.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. I think it's very silly that we have to point this out by pitting them against each other rather than just proving it and then the people in the jury just go, oh yeah, that makes sense, and come to their own conclusion. But hey, whatever. It's a game. We gotta play it.
It's all about the game and how you play it.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Great. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
You should have just done that right off the bat. Rather than wait for me to do a thing. Jeez, these people can't think for themselves.
Well, me too, then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Okay. We did it. The trial can resume. Success! If you can call it that. Sure we can. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
Yippee. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory.
These buffoons. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I guess, you know, a thought I had was that it's very possible that Drebber was blackmailing Courtney Scythe. Because there's something mysterious about the professor's identity and her involvement in what happened or something. Or they're just in on it for some other reason. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true.
However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. Thank you, thank you. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
Huh.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
My wife, Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Maybe he's also thinking that maybe the Reaper business could be involved in this and he's trying to get behind it. Maybe he's sensing something like that. Or maybe I could be wrong about that for now. I feel like the Reaper business might be best saved for the last final trial, final case, final episode, but hey, who knows? Maybe it'll start here and then keep going. I don't know.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. I love opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
That sounds like not a lot of time, but hey, it'll be done. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
To be continued, well.
It always takes so long for this to disappear, and you can't hit buttons to make it faster. Alright. Let me have a sip. Yeah, they all call the judge my lord. It's, you know, it's back in the day of olden London. So people used, you know, were a little different then, I guess. Hey there. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Holmes, or were you napping?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Almost falling off because I'm asleep. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Hey, dude. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor.
When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Yeah, they're British. British, even. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His friend from university in the dock. Well, but the protagonist, Yunosuke and Suzuro, they are Japanese. But it all takes place in Britain. This great friend from university in the dock. His great friend. And now waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. It mostly wasn't. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? In all of the manners. Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
So that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other?
Well, we also don't have anything to do with that, you know? So, we can still be friends. Excuse me? Who's that sounding so... Oh. Dr. Scythe. Hey, nothing personal about calling you out as a potential, you know, accomplice to the crime. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Holmes. That was a very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Well, that makes it easy.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
Well, I like the way you smell. What?
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible.
Huh?
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Oh, that's not suspicious at all. Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But we will get information, one way or another.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Bye. Best friends? Meet you again soon? She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does that all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. You say you bought it, but it's Holmes caramel, so why do you have to pay for that? Also, it looks more like a caramel. Right, isn't there a line missing on the supposed R for caramel? Could also be catamel, I guess. I need to add this thing to my evidence, not because I want to eat it, but because I gotta inspect it. What did that warning from Mr. Holmes really mean, I wonder? Especially that bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. No matter what. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. You know, the assistant hasn't said a single word the entire time. But I guess he's helped with opening wine bottles and stuff, so he's playing a part. A very important one. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. We just like to get to the truth of things, you know? No matter how many corners we have to go around to get that. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord von Zieks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tospels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tospels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, I'm sure he is, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh hey, wow. Good work. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tospels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tospels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? His head seems a little big. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first we believed it had been kidnapped. Look at those beautiful red eyes. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. But of course I know him. I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Esmond does not resemble that professor at all. Well, not while he's wearing the helmet, at least. Yes, but perhaps. Perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visit of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. But what if somebody in the business dug up his grave and found the real person, or the alive person, or saw the hanging, or anything else? The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains closely guarded, a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. I don't know what that means. It would seem you are unaware of the Tospels' principles. What principles? The family Tospels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Perfection. À la perfection? Perfection? I don't know.
Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principals. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica for our subject.
Nothing. Dear me. A somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. As have been so many things that I proved to be right, Mr. Zeeks.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come.
But he's wearing that dang helmet. I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
Well, if it was 10 years ago, she would have been like a teenager. As far as I remember, right? She's like 24 or something, 26.
26.
I guess 16 is technically old enough to make a wax model, I guess. Or to at least have been present for it. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage that was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger, and created the mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Gravedigger.
I hid myself under the grave until he gave me a signal. It was there for a very long time that night. I was there.
So maybe what what's his name? Drebber.
So maybe what Drebber saw was the moment that Madame Tuspels rose together with the corpse from behind. And of course, Drebber saw the corpse but not her behind it. Or something. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger, the man that sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware of at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh. Apparently he wasn't wearing a mask there already.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Was the ball masqué to blame for the great blaze? The great stink? Mad sheep rampage? Something drawn to receive something mere?
It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
can't turn that one around. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Oh. Ooh. Number 139. Man rises from grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. Okay, so you weren't responsible for the scene. You went in there after the scene, after that happened. Okay. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. I don't know why we haven't opened that helmet yet. This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Trevor were in on this crime together. We will try at least. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killers rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Low Gate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Maybe that was the beginning of the Reaper, because the Reaper knew that the guy wasn't actually dead, but then thwarted the attempt at letting them go alive, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm reaching. Just a little bit. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And didn't somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story?
I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Well, maybe she based her work on this work, but also I just noticed there's a name in the bottom right corner of this piece of art. Isn't that mysterious? And a very recognizable signature at that. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage,
from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. Wait, when did she say that she did that? 10 years ago she was in Nogate Cemetery, after the criminal was killed by hanging. So now it sounds like she maybe was the cause of that rising after all. Because the timing now sounds like it might have been not so late after all. I don't know. We'll see. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. But then I guess the gunshot would be a little weird.
Directly from the corpse.
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça?
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than axe.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The professor.
And yet nobody ever gets to see his face. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspelts.
The grave digger. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed, or by principle of her stuff, you know?
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspelts Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. Well, yeah, she's part of the nation, in a way.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Oh no. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't treat it very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
But she sure is not easy to scare. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
Only the fourth time or so that we've confirmed that. You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Oh, dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, and so you see, his muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Because of rigor mortis? Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It's because of rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis? Oh, Ryunosuke.
It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state.
Today, I think it was just, like, after you showed up, it was just you. Unless there was a ghost chatter that I missed.
The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see, so that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
You know, I do recall... Well, I guess this can't really be related. But the position, you know, the face of Drebber in that exhibit is also kind of mouth open. Weird face, weird expression, but I guess he's not dead, so... But then again... the Drebber in that exhibit has black hair. So maybe there's something to it after all? I don't know. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspelz. I mean, it's probably significant. But I'll save just in case. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Ha ha! This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Yes, it is. It's always time for jokes. Madame, kindly amend your testimony and as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
You know, I thought it was after rigor mortis was over, but it was before the onset? That was really early. What? Wait, no. So he was hanged, and earlier than 3 hours later he was already in the grave and you were in there? What? What? That sounds extremely unlikely. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
Maybe you won't. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
That would probably be useful. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. You should probably get over that.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Oh, Ryunosuke. Well, let's finish pressing everything. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of the year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. Okay, that's a rather precise time frame. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course.
Why did the music just kind of cut off like that? That was kind of weird. Impression to bury the body.
If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Holmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant?
Probably.
I guess, you know, if we check this. It doesn't say the time here, does it? In the dead of night. I guess dead of night shows that this would have happened while she was there, maybe? Could be. Not sure we can, you know, show that there, but we'll try. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. I guess, you know, the confusion isn't really, you know, how I said that I thought she was... like, my original theory was that she was there and she might have been the cause for this, but then I thought she wasn't there because she said she modeled her exhibit after this. But I guess that's not necessarily contradictory, because she could have been there to take, you know, the wax print, and then had other ideas for the exhibit or something. And then this came out and she was like, oh, well, I guess I gotta model it after this now. Also, I guess the blood on the camera might corroborate the shooting of the body, which probably wouldn't have been dead at the time. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your former testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Let's finish pressing once again. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that morning, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Reber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are going to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Just before the interment rather.
I guess I'll try, even though 4 a.m. might not be the time the guy was there. But it might be. Wait, I also think the other statement that was added was removed when we added that one, didn't it?
maybe it didn't. I don't know. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then left as soon as the morning. Wait. Death by hanging at midnight. If the hanging was at midnight, and she went there at 4, then the rigor mortis would have already set in. Maybe that's the point to attack. I guess I'll try that then. Did I save? I probably did. But it doesn't hurt to save again. Nope. The defense would have... And I will... Okay, how about this then? Nope. Alright, well. How about we... Oops. Reload then. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess this is the one where I might want to do the midnight thing. Before the onset of rigor mortis. But yeah, we need this statement to be there, so we can do this, right? That makes sense, right? There we go. I had the right idea, just missed the timing, I guess. Madame Taspels. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
What?
Even though we've heard that, you know, the timing of rigor mortis can differ depending on, you know, the weather and stuff. But surely that's not the case here. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Taspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. I guess maybe, you know, maybe I had the order of things wrong. Where it wasn't that she lifted the body up and, you know, that's what the other guy saw. But instead, this happened, and then she came in when he was actually dead, because he had only died recently then. You know what I'm saying? Don't know if she noticed any bleeding from the chest or some such though. It quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong. Dun, dun, dun. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Well, in that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible.
Dun, dun, dun.
Order, order, Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck,
Extraordinary. Not in my day.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was a...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
Oh, I'll tell you. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link
Between Dr. Scythe and the professor, and the other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Hold on, I just gotta save real quick.
The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened. Do we have a bit about the shooting? Shooting the corpse? Bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest. Does say that there. It doesn't say that in the short description here, but maybe it accounts. I think that's the only thing I can show, really. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? No. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Maui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. Do we really need to point this out, isn't it? Didn't we establish this a long time ago? In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, Mr. Counsel. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
What is this guy? But I'll save, because when I'm at my surest, I'm also at my most wrong sometimes. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber.
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside that tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order. Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. Yeah, you stole your shit.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Well, she made a waxwork out of him, so probably.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
We're moving along through the case. It'll all become clear.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
So I guess the idea of his reputation being ruined because of this is less likely now.
That is apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable. Well, maybe his reputation was shot because of this.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London. In those days, he was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery.
And other criminals have to ask to get put on display. He was asked to, be allowed to be put there. What privilege. While being alive. Wow. You truly made it. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to the 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard, who investigated Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. But why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of the condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ho 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 ho. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Yeah, because of Mr. Strongheart for some reason.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord von Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Ah. But Lord von Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
She should be nearby, right? Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh, she's still here. But you know what? What else is about to come out? My idol meeting. That I'm gonna go to real quick.
So be back in like a minute or two.
Okay. Now let's resume. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord von Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both the Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Actually, I may have some water real quick. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles,
I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Meanwhile, Tuspels is still just working on that wax, Holmes. Mr. Drebber? You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe? As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. Can we just unlock that mask already, that helmet? This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That is clear from the papers, yes. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? But what about that Asman who drew the picture? How did he, did he just hear the statement from you, or... If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. I wonder how murderers feel when you call their deeds evil, I feel like most people probably don't think what they did is evil, even though it was murder. But I guess, if it was like a crime of passion and they lost control, then maybe they would agree. Anyway. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Now he's just gonna lie again.
So I was the student who saw it. You can see there's a resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in the Madame Tuspels, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw, especially something. He was a research student in the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Okay. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Yeah, kinda interesting, isn't it? Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. What does that look?
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
And I'm sure there won't be any lies in that one.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor.
Oh, right.
Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed the corpse could come back to from the dead. Well, you've got a lot of screws on your personage, so I think that's not too unlikely in your case. But, so, you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery or in some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, tell us. That's right, grave robbing, to be precise.
What? Great.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
Okay.
Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So why would you do that then, if that's what you're gonna do? So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposes.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Well, it's right there on the paper.
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Well, well, well. So you had a grudge against that individual, would you say?
Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
But Dr. Scythe hasn't even said anything.
At once, my lord.
I guess one thing at a time.
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that?
The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? So Fanzix's team spade then.
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see.
Right.
But that's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard that night. At night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Haha, gravest! You're a good old jokester, Zeeks!
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. But he didn't become a grave robber. Or a murderer. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every paper at the time, every single paper, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
Which now you claim didn't happen. And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor.
And you had no idea otherwise?
Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. I mean, it's kind of their job to make things concern them in a way. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then?
Well...
How are we supposed to believe that now, huh? What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among the students as at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
What does that have to do with anything?
For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But he said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course...
I have proof, I do.
You have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night?
I kinda do, maybe. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto?
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
We could try to present right now, but let's keep pressing first, eh? And you just agreed? That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student, with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remember it now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Ah, okay. Because I was wondering, if we present the camera, you know, people could just claim, oh, it's not related, it's just a random camera. But now that we get this information, you know, if she says that she bought the camera, which I guess I'm just assuming that.
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
This camera?
Ah.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. Why? But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tusped's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Very much so. Yes, interesting.
Now we can strike a fatal blow.
But we might as well keep pressing. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say.
Well, I mean, you screwed yourself on that one, didn't you?
The university's reputation was execrably defiled as I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? Well, so we don't find out the truth.
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now?
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yeah, let's do it. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly.
Then I know just the way. You never really saw it, huh? I think it's here. That we strike. There it is. Kasha! What? What? That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. It is your task, counsel, to explain the somehows in the court, no, not the other way around. It just seems so... Okay, we've heard that one before. What do you mean? I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What, do I have to check the camera again? Did it remove the bit about the blood? Also, hold on, let me sneeze. No, it says when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. But I guess I'll check it again just in case. No, it's even showing here and there and everywhere. Oh well. There's the stain cell. Yep, this is also old news, so I don't know what the problem is. You never saw the professor? What you witnessed? Maybe I just have to press it again, right? But that would be kind of annoying. That it won't just let me present. Oh well, let's... What are you talking about? I think that's the same thing we heard last time. don't waste so much time with your animations when I'm trying to read this thing again, or just get through it. Scared. Nonsense. Saw it. Mind's eye. Do. I don't know. Yes, I do. Why can't we present here? Huh? What else do you want me to present? This thing, like, but that doesn't prove anything. That's just the article that he claims to, you know, to have said wrongfully, I guess. Like, the game even calls out, hey, maybe we should present evidence here. But what other than this would be the one? This has blood on it, and we know it's his. I guess I'll try this, even though it makes no sense to me. Why? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim? You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. What you witnessed? Whatever. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. Okay. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. Oh, okay, I guess that was the point we were supposed to... But what? What? That's not... Like, when did we learn that? What? So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. But when did we learn about that? That, you know, the mask was on there, and that nobody else would have known? We never learned that. What? I'm pretty sure we never heard that. Huh? Am I crazy? Did I really just forget something like that? I really don't think they mentioned that. And if he was wearing the mask, then how did Tuspels get the print of the actual face? What? Huh? So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. I genuinely don't think they said that about the mask being on. I guess I could check the history, but I'd have to scroll back quite far, maybe? God, I wish I could Control F to search it. I don't know. I think this is just wrong. I don't know. It's inconceivable that the artist would have... We should this. Order. Well, Mr. Drebber. Stop it. That animation is too long. It's a wild scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
And I really don't believe that we ever heard that. God, I wish I had like a bunch of people in chat that were paying attention and could tell me what the fuck I missed, or if the game really is... I don't know.
What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Really now.
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as you?
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections.
Huh.
Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Very convenient. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes to say, in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well...
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
I guess she remembers the blood now from the wound. Chotto!
Madame Tuspelz, don't take it out on Mr. Holmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago in your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Oh, hey. Hey, everybody in court. Watch this guy. He's, what's the word? Threatening another witness?
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Yeah. Please, Madame Tuspelz. Carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Oh, but I can prove it.
That will do. Mr. Drebber?
Yes?
You refute the accounts just given by Madame Tuspelz?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
But very well. There was no gunshots from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Wait, sorry.
I guess we'll press it, even though we now finally know that we can present there, right? But seriously, I can't let this go. I don't think we heard anything about the mask thing, the helmet thing, whatever, being a secret. That was never mentioned. Whatever. No, not whatever. But I gotta move on, because I don't know how to prove or disprove that. Maybe I should... I don't even know how to Google it. I'll just quickly try a few terms, search terms. Great Ace Attorney 2. Professor Mask Secret. I don't know, that's not gonna do anything. Somebody already asking a question. No, they're asking about something else. Those stupid dummies. Maybe somebody else has said something about it though. Mask. No. Another Reddit post. Mask. Well, I don't see anything, and I don't know how else to Google it, so we'll just have to live with the fact that I just must have missed it or something. Or that everybody else just didn't realize that there was something missing. Or something, I don't know. Yet Madame Tuspelz has identified that you told her about both of those details. Not true, I said nothing of the sort. Then 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Tell me, Madame Tuspelz. Wait. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered over on him? Hello, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot shot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing toward the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. We've only had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruto. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. The Horse of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. What is that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark there on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be
A spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it is blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that, furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. You could, of course, claim that the blood was from earlier, but then we could say, why didn't you clean it off then? And then, I don't know. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would you want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. From whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? His furtive glance in a certain direction reveals all. Yes, he's looking at Tuspel's hat. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Well. They have a deal of sorts. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe. Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? Well, yeah, that's the exact point that we're trying to make, you dumbass. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Not that you know. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up. But that's what we're here to do. And it's exactly because of the monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ooh, haven't seen that move in a while. Lord Van Zieks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. One thing? What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nepalese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Well, but revenge, maybe.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim now.
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though I can feel it.
Yeah, it's right in the papers.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then?
I feel like it's too obvious, because the name on the paper is too obvious. But, hey.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Come on, jury, don't be stupid.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Nice dodge.
Mr. Assistant, how do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. They've seen it, but they haven't realized, I guess. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Well. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? Every detail, you say? That river should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant, however. When considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
I'm actually not sure.
I don't know.
The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Do we have anything that's like, oh, you know, he was disowned from science or something?
Contract. I don't think that's the one.
I guess, you know,
Just the fact that his signature is on there. Maybe that's it. I guess I'll try that because I can't think of anything else that would fit. Okay. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Dribber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant in that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odiasman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. Come on, how blind do you have to be? So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe right here?
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
No, signature.
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah. Dummy. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Dribber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom, and it hasn't changed at all.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes. They're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Dr. Dribber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Oh, we've heard. Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Dribber talked about that article in his testimony?
Grave robbing, you say?
He suffered a circus. I don't know. All because of that newspaper. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. There's this again. Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Dribber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Sounds like a bad deal. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve.
Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of a low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me. That's not what it sounded like. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? I'm actually not sure right now. Let's check what we got.
You look kind of sad in this one. Boom, case closed.
Oh yeah, the trophy.
Maybe the trophy.
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a back massager? What's that doing here? A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Counsel?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emergent talent and promises of bright future.
Good gracious.
Your prospects in the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Esmond was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. So I can't really prove that he was mad about it, but it's a pretty believable motive. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold, is he now?
Hold it. Who's interrupting?
Who dares? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it.
Really now? What?
What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Well, now I don't believe it anymore. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Great Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself.
Is that the glass shard in his, by his chest that we picked away?
Or is that something else? Looks more like an envelope. I guess maybe there was an envelope attached that gave instructions or something. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the muddled mod's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Well, that sounds believable so far, but, now that's coming out like that with her interrupting the other guy.
There's gotta be something wrong. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
It can't truly end like this.
There are still too many questions.
Why on earth would you back her now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Dribber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted to everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? No. I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Okay. Definitely the sound of an innocent man. The words of an innocent man. Order, order, order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord von Zieks...
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Dribber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Yeah. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Well, I mean, she could be lying, technically, right?
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. And it wasn't even an accident. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
And now, the assistant's like, no, we do.
Because he doesn't give a fuck about Albert.
He just wants a guilty verdict. And that's how the von Karma bloodline is actually born. Because the sword is called Karma. You understand?
I don't think that happens. By the way.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Well, but it's not very satisfying at this point.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I guess we'll take on another case related to this soon. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Yeah. Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Further testimony. The truth. Always the truth.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this point in this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
Just one? What?
And the fucking waxwork thing is still in the middle of the court.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Well, I'm not in my right mind. I'm in my left mind. What?
Senora, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yeah, I guess that's what he was alluding to. That guy, it's almost like he's some kind of great detective.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Holmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen.
Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Let's go, Zeeks.
Oh god, no, why? Why? I thought maybe because he has an assistant, maybe that wouldn't happen anymore. Why do I keep making assumptions based on nothing when this keeps happening every time? And I come back here, and why do they always give me the same seat? Is it maybe planned by them? Is this a play? Are they bullying me? Is this intentional? Is Zeeks in on it? Why? I don't even know the guy. Did he know me from school? Did I do anything to him? Oh god.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you called it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there's more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. He's on our side. He's on our side? You're what?
Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
So they were all in on it. I did think it was weird that she was the only one there.
The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
I think we'll just have to press everything again. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception.
So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through. You're a very shrewd boy.
And she's into us. Look at that. She's into us. We're getting married tomorrow. So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No.
I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Yeah, she's so into us, it's almost haunting.
It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Oh, you have experience with Japanese people? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
You still have that note? From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of what was behind it? Of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea.
Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Von Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body? So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body and as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork.
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Dr. Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail? Arranged. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Yasmin.
So you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Oh.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Ah!
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Mrs. Otto?
Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your former testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement in her testimony with is... Well, from the autopsy report that we have, right, we do think that the chest wound was the cause of death. What she did. I mean, the fact that it was in the grill up there isn't necessarily contradictory, right? She could have put it back up there. I don't think that's going to be much. I don't know. Like the fact that there's blood on these latches, you know, shows that he was wearing those when he was stabbed, but that doesn't change anything about any of the stories that we've heard. Oh, wait, no, here, the blood dripping down. You understand? But which one do I choose then? Because both of those could lead to the correct, you know, to being able to point that out. Right? If she, you know. It all depends on the wording that she chooses for whichever statement she gives. I guess this? I saved already, but I'll do it again. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs. With a not yelling or with a statement? Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, yes.
If you wish, my lord.
The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. Okay, I guess that's actually... I don't think we can... I mean, we could try, but, you know, let's try getting the other statement first. Arrange. Let's try and get that changed. Unless... If not, then I guess we can reload. Oh man, that's long. Alright, you know what, I'm just gonna reload. Didn't think they'd replay the entire animation. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point.
Pointing. The prosecution concurs. Rude. Very well, you will supplement your testimony.
If you wish, you will. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay, okay, that's the one I want, in the toppled cage, and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. But...
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing now we can learn from it. You're wrong. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness testimony?
I'm gonna save because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to point out here or here. It's hopefully either works, but I don't want to get fuckered over by some BS. You know what I'm saying? And I think the dribbling down here is more pertinent. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no. That's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, where the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage could have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Just about. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was of total fabrication. But what does it mean? I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Dribber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. I mean, we kind of claimed that. I think we were the first to say that. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. I guess Drebber was coerced, not her. If that is the case, what is it, man? I've mentioned it before, but I like when they say man like that. It's just so colloquial.
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter after all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. Huh. That's as may be. So why don't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you? Obviously I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest.
Counsel, need I remind you that it was you, yourself, who established the coercion?
Ah! Wait, that's not it? Oh, okay. Well, sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid that the cry is insufficient recompense for such a blunder. I shall have to penalize you.
Feeling vexed, my Nipponese friend. Very. Oopsies. But there's no question that the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie.
Which part of the precise story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction?
Well, the stabbing, I guess. You know, nothing else really makes sense. The autopsy report is accurate, I guess, you know, if the stabbing took place first. Yeah. Right? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. You know, I thought, obviously, you know, the stabbing was also first. But it's because of... But I guess the coercion thing was just an interesting idea that I thought was interesting, rather than anything connected to anything. So I guess I should have thought about that somewhat. We can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. And she herself said that she was lying down at the time. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. Another fake death? That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? Or was he? No, that is the misapprehension. Yeah. Hey, did I ever mention, but the entire time I was also always under the impression that he was in on a lot of the part of it. Like, you know, he wanted the experiment to succeed, right, to get the money. So he was in on falling down and all that. So he would have lived, and then, you know, he would have been... Him dying wasn't part of his plan, of course. But yeah. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Ugh. Best ride I've ever had.
But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. But why would she lie about that? If the victim was in fact alive at the point in time, it changes everything. Because it makes her the murderer rather than, you know, just an autopsy faker. Ah. Mr. Odiasmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Dr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
Me? No, never.
He hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. Oh. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean? My motive?
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. This is always like... yeah, a motive can be important, but you don't have to find it every time. If you can establish that something happened, then, you know, even if you don't find the motive, it still happened. Whatever. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asmund? Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Unless she's the Reaper.
I'm rather relieved to say that it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of her mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with a crime scene and, of course, concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. What was it again? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Right, the scalpels. But what did that have to do with Asman? It's like the only thing that comes to mind as a mysterious thing that we haven't really explained. But that was on Drebber, wasn't it? That was in Drebber's laboratory or something, wasn't it? I guess we'll see. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Oh, it was hers. Huh. I totally thought it was Drebber. Various equipment. 100 scalpels. What the fuck? I guess I misremembered.
500 scalpels? A month?
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess she doesn't have to be the Reaper to have a motive. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? So I was right that she wasn't coerced, come on. You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all those long years. That sounds like a bit of a, admittance of guilt, maybe? Well, I guess we've reached that conclusion for now. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. But you would still be convicted of, attempted murder at least. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of your bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness,
and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. Like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
What a bitter man. Careful, Mr. Dribber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. And the future that you would have deprived Albert Hairbrain of. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Logate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. Burp, 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 burp.
it was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
Fish.
What a horrible tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Well, and you almost got your wish. I mean, in a way, you got part of your wish. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least you to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Obviously. Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. He did explain how he hated those, wide-eyed scientists. But that doesn't justify anything, of course. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I'm not even sorry, bitch.
Well, couldn't even finish his sentence. Lord von Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Dribber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I am pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
Yippee!
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, me, this dedicated scientist, this devoted devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery.
I mean, that's not your fault.
Others who are far, far greater people than I.
Aww. No, Professor, that's not true.
But
don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. Yeah. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
But Van Ziek's?
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable.
Hey, good stuff, man.
No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
No, actually, we all think his German accent is stupid, so he's guilty.
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant...
Nerd Grelter. Yippee!
Now can we unmask that professor? And find out his mysterious identity? Maybe after, getting everybody else to leave the courtroom, though. All of the public.
Court is adjourned.
It's over. That was some trial. It sure was. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruto, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Is it, though?
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha. How about this? There's a memento.
So a paper about my hypothesis is inside. I mean, I guess, why not? Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I
can't allow that. Oh. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here?
Baroque.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
I feel like today in this trial, he was mostly cooperative towards the greater good. We didn't have to convince him endlessly to join our side this time. Of course, he had more personal reasons this time. But, you know, he wasn't as much of a dick shit bastard today. You're one of the few true friends I have. Aw. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that, right?
He believes in us. I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. He's afraid of the Reaper's curse.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no. Hold on a minute, Bark. What about the great exhibition? That is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Bark.
Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? You should know, Ryunosuke, come on. A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood in trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
The Reaper's tendrils don't extend outside of London, or Great Britain at least. You mean... The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas. That's what I said, just in way better words, I'd say. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
And Gina is still here, and she seems to be fine. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Aw.
Bark!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Apparently not.
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet
sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison, for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
Maybe.
Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nepalese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Want to talk? With me? Can we look at the mask? Or take it off, rather? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, seems like we might be doing that. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Barak van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. I was wondering if the case would end here and we'd start the next case with this. But no. There it is. Not even the judge is here. So are you satisfied you saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice? Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nepalese comes from. I guess the professor might be Japanese. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. That is also true, though. You are a bitch. You clearly know your narrow ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and the other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of the programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. One of them being Sotora's father, eh?
If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotaba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nepalese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nepalese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects, even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Was it similar to, Giselle, who just couldn't be caught because of bullshit, political bullshit?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. Just like our first case, that was also a closed trial. And was the other one, the first case of this game, also a closed trial? I don't remember. I guess no, she died. She wasn't a criminal. I don't know. What? A war between Britain and Japan. But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was... And how did you find out? I guess you were part of the closed trial.
そう思った。貴公たちがこの恐るべき殺人鬼と対面する時が。あの老人形の館の女主人から仮面の鍵を借り受けた。その目でしかと確かめるがいい。10年前の真実。
I'm going to see the face and do the I have no idea who that is joke. I mean, we probably don't know who that is.
プロフェッサーの正体。
その通り。
今まで考えたこともありませんでした。英国犯罪史上最悪の事件、その殺人鬼の正体が。
I have no idea who that is. Honestly, I wouldn't even have been like, oh, that's a Japanese guy if I had seen him without hearing that beforehand.
日本人だったなんて。
待ってください。この面影、どこかで見たことがある。
Oh?
そんな気がいたします。
Ah. Oh. You know him? You know him very closely, maybe? Oh my god. He's still wearing a mask though.
父上。
Yeah.
父上。Asogi!
Japanese, he said Asogi. But hey, so fits, so works.
麻生木一馬。1年の時を経て今、すべての記憶を取り戻して。
Yay! He was never dead. Of course, I remembered that part.
目の前に立っていた。
So if I ever seemed cold or whatever about his death, his passing or whatever, well, you know, because I knew. I love this song!
友よ。
味方は法務女子。
Can't even address her by just her name. Jeez.
長い間ご苦労だった。礼を言う。私の代わりに友をここに導いてくれた。
And she did a great job. The best ever.
やっぱり生きていたんだな、麻生木。
貴様にも礼を言わねばならない。
何しろそいつを守ってくれたのだからな。
Hmm.
あ、
Want it back?
麻生木の家に代々伝わる名刀カルマ。日本を出発するとき、あいつが身に帯びていた。日本人の魂であり、いつもそばに置いておきたいと。
I do wonder if Ryunosuke has been, practicing with the sword a little bit, like I think he claimed he might want to in the first game, or if he's been slacking on that.
そしてあの事件が起こって僕は佐藤さんからこの刀を託されたんだ。お前が残した
Very cute bag trinket there, the bunny thing. Just noticing that now.
こいつがあるといつもお前が見守ってくれている気がしていた。
Oh, he is taking it back? I kind of thought he'd be like, no, you keep it. He's not gonna slash the waxwork, is
た
he?
どり着きました。父上。
父上、まさかお前知っていたのか。
Did he?
その面影だけどとても信じられない。殺人鬼の正体が麻生木一馬の父だったなんて。
That doesn't mean anything about Kazuma though. What? Symbolism.
カズマ様。
Now he's dual wielding blades.
貴様と積もる話はあるが、今はその時ではない。また会おう。
Hmm. In hell. Pew, pew, pew. I guess he left. That was the sound of the doors closing.
僕たちを残して法廷から出て行った。
Is Zeke still here? So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us. He probably knew. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeke's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to do. I had to say, thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Bye. What a case.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Uesasaro-san, all this is tied up with the painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having a father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend he had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant.
Damn, ever ready to help, huh? You didn't even know the boy.
As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazumasugi.
I'm so surprised. I thought you were talking about Son Goku down for a second there.
So you see, that's how he and I met.
So you're like siblings, in a way.
親友は束の間僕たちの前に姿を現して再び消えた。
Well, but, you know, at least he's not dead and he has his memories, so...
そしてその瞬間、止まっていた時は動き出す。巨大な運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
Book ending. End, it says here. I can't show it. Oh, wait, if I duck down, it's gone. I couldn't show it, but it said end in the bottom right corner. I swear I'm not lying. Sheesh. You know, from the last two cases, I would say that this game's cases are just so much better than the first games. Like, the first game's cases are solid, but the last two cases we had here are really good. But yeah, we're gonna stop here for today, ending this one. Before we go into Twisted Karma and his last bow next time. But for today, I'm gonna thank you for watching, hanging out, and you know, letting things stir with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow, so I've got to be up super early on Monday. So early that I cannot adjust my sleep schedule to fit that. So my plan is to stay up from Sunday all the way to the time on Monday. So I think I also stream tomorrow, but maybe not on Monday. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Either way, I dread the entire thing. Fuck bureaucracy, fuck people being unwilling to change time. You know, like that. Fuck everything, fuck everybody. Alright, that's enough of that. But yeah, join me again whenever I am here, because that'll be a good time, obviously. So, until we meet again, I say it's Kata-sama. Bye-bye.